Let's go ahead.
Good morning, can I help you?
Good morning.
Hold on a second, Mr. Johnson. Good morning, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Barrett. WCS Franklin, can I help you?
Yes, Your Honor. We're just trying to get our video to work.
Who is this? Who are you?
Judge, it's probably the Wayne County Sheriff's for my client, Sean Franklin. He's in the Wayne County Jail.
They usually don't come in with Wayne County Sheriff, but.
This says our video is stopped by the host.
So you mean November 3rd?
Okay.
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
Yes. Just making sure they who they say they are. No surprise. Okay, first up, I have Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Are you doing well?
Doing good, thank you. You here for Mr. Neal?
I'm here for Derek Neal. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're ready on Neal.
Case number 2206-004501. People of the state of Michigan versus Derek Neal. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, vested murder or strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Your Honor, Shelley for the P15 number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Dwayne Johnson, P41842, on behalf of Mr. Derek Neal. We are waiving an in-person appearance and are willing to appear by Zoom this morning. Mr. Neal, can you state your name?
Tell me your name, Mr. Neal.
Derek Neal.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, we're asking for a preliminary exam date, Your Honor.
How's October 30th at 9 o'clock?
Let me take a quick look, make sure that's clear. Zoom. I do have some other matters at 9:30. Is it possible we could do it on another day, Your Honor?
No, I want to do it on the 30th.
You want to do it on the 30th? Is that the only day we could do it? I got a 9:30 in Oakland County. Hmm. You said nine, what time will it be?
9 o'clock.
Pardon?
9 o'clock.
You said 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll try to make it work.
Okay, sounds good. 9 o'clock it is.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, thank you. Ms. Barron,
Yes, good morning, Judge.
good morning. You're here on Franklin?
Yes.
Okay.
Case number 2305-944001. Before the state of Michigan versus Sean Franklin. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than by strangulation. Count 2, knowingly assault or assault and battery of pregnant individual. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Mr. Franklin.
Mr. Franklin, tell us, unmute yourself and tell us your name.
John Michael Franklin.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Barron?
Judge-
Your Honor, if I may, I have already contacted Ms. Barron about an issue here. So the complainant has contacted our office several times indicating that she was upset that there were charges. She did not want to go forward with this, again, several times. I believe she may have even reached out to Ms. Barron as well. Anyway, she would not be appearing for the exam. So again, I contacted Ms. Barron, and if she has a motion to dismiss, I would not object.
And so, Judge, I would, in light of all of that, I would make a motion to dismiss today. I'm moving to dismiss this case.
All right, the court will accept that recommendation and will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Franklin, your case is dismissed without prejudice. So you will be released without a tether, okay?
Mr. Kenny, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Is Brittany Walker in front of you?
No,
It would
sir.
have been from Judge Sabri's courtroom. I got emails saying that it should have been sent to you.
Oh, okay. We don't have it though.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, good to see you too. Have a good day.
And Judge, sorry, I'm also here on Darren McDaniel. I know I also spoke with Ms. Drain on that case and it's potentially being moved. I am in contact with my client. I just told him to stand by because we're not sure what courtroom to zoom into.
Okay, so I'm unholding Darren McDaniel. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, Judge, I believe so. The charge here is kidnapping parental interference. This is not a special unit case. There's no domestic violence or child abuse involved in this at all. So this would be a general trials case, which I think should be moved to another courtroom.
Give something to somebody else for a change. Thank you.
Pardon?
So stand by, Ms. Barron, when we find out where you're going.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can. All right. Judge King. No, it's not. It's about term. It's not.
What's up, Mr. Kenny?
I just left Judge Sabree. She says she's gonna call you. It should be in front of you.
Okay. What's the defendant's name?
It's Brittany Walker.
Brittany Walker. Ms. Drain, are you aware of Brittany Walker coming this way?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we're ready on Brittany Walker.
Okay, I'd ask that you allow me to waive her presence because of the confusion.
No problem.
Thank you.
All right, case number 2305-862201, people of State of Michigan versus Brittany Walker. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake, the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kinney appearing on behalf of Ms. Walker. And with your permission, I'd waive her presence.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
I'm asking for an exam date. I know it's set for the 30th. That's a troublesome day for me. Is the 31st possible?
31st is my homicide day. The whole day on the 30th is troublesome.
I couldn't hear you.
The whole day on the 30th is troublesome.
Well, I have a hearing in front of Judge Edmonds and at 10 o'clock, and I'm not sure how long that's going to be. I'm supposed to be in front of Judge Shackelford at 9 a.m. So you want to take it like close to 12?
We can do 12 o'clock.
Okay,
Okay, October 30th at 12 o'clock, the file will be continued.
thank you, Judge.
October 30th. Ms. Barry,
Yes.
that's going to go to Judge Giles.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Judge Giles.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Coming.
Hello, Judge King. Morning,
How you doing,
Judge. I've got Mark Maziarczyk for PCC. I just want to make sure it's still on the docket for today.
It is.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
Is that Ryan Hill that's the attorney on there?
Yes, he's retained.
Okay. I guess I'm just waiting on him. We ready for our 9 o'clock?
Ready when you are.
Yes, Judge, I'm ready. We do have some things to put on the record before we start any testimony, if we're gonna start testimony. Because it's after 9 o'clock, me and my client's here.
Where's our witness?
I know that she is on the way because I spoke with her at about 8:25. I left her message at 7:45 this morning. She called me back. She called me back this morning and 8, a little bit after, about 8. And she said she was just leaving. She is on her way.
Where's your client?
He's in the hallway when we give.
Address whatever it is. You can put it on the record. On case 2359309, people of the state of Michigan versus Honora Lewis II, and then discharged in count 1 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2 assault with dangerous weapon. Count 3 and 4 felony firearm. Count 5 domestic violence. Defendant has conditional for the 14 minutes notice. This matter was held in part and continued to today's date. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley here for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Anthony Lewis, 43876, on behalf of the defendant stands to my left. Sir, state your name for the record.
Honora Lewis II. Your Honor. All right, so, Mr. Lewis, you indicated that you had some matters that you put on the record before we begin.
Judge, before I do that, I would ask that the matter be dismissed. It is 9 after 9. The court made it quite clear that we had to be here and ready to go at 9 o'clock. I would ask for it to be dismissed so me and my client can leave. My client's grandson was rushed to the hospital. He's 3 years old. I would like him to be able to go so that we can proceed on and he can get on with his life.
That'll be denied at this time.
Okay, now, Judge, what I need to put on the record now is that the things that I was asking the court for the prosecutor to produce, she did not have them. The court proceeded with the case. Now, these things come to me at the 12th hour. And
Isn't that what you want? So how are you gonna complain about not getting the things, and then when you get them, you complain about how late you got?
because I'm complaining about how late I got them, Judge, because I explained to the court that I need to have a private investigator investigate this stuff and get ready for my.
That wasn't gonna happen by the exam date, sir.
Judge, if you had pushed the exam date out so that I could get the discovery, then Judge, would you just let me finish that? Okay, Judge, as I stated, I'm receiving things that I asked for that the prosecutor said did not exist. I asked for an affidavit for that fact, did not get an affidavit. Now the things exist when the prosecutor says that she asked the OIC.
What things are you talking about?
The prosecutor can tell you because I haven't been able to bring them up yet.
You can't tell me what you got?
She showed me, she let me listen to a 911 that I've been asking for. She sent that to me last night at 7:03. I just happened to be on my.
She didn't say that that didn't exist. My question is, you said that she's provided things that she says you didn't exist, and that you wanted an affidavit that it didn't exist. And I'm asking you, what things are you referring to?
Video footage that she said she has sent me, and that I'm not sure when she sent me that, but she said she sent me that. That's what she said didn't exist, And I asked for an affidavit for that. Then I asked her, did she have the 911 call that prompted the
She said
police?
that had been ordered. I recall that.
She said the 911 that Ms. Jackson made has been ordered. That's the 911 call that I received last evening.
Okay.
So the 911 call from September the 25th, she still doesn't have that. And the footage from September the 25th, she said she has that. Now,
Let me start over again, because perhaps you're not hearing. I asked you, what is it that you received that you were told didn't exist?
okay, Judge, I can only tell you that she said she sent it. I haven't seen it yet. So I don't know what it was that she sent me that didn't exist. I can only tell you what I asked for. And since she said those things that I asked for didn't exist, then
I'm sure my question isn't very hard.
Judge, it's
I
not.
need you to focus just for a second.
Judge,
You
I'm
said
focused.
that you received something that wasn't supposed to be in existence. I'm asking you what?
I don't know what it is. The prosecutor can explain it, because she sent it to me, Judge. I haven't.
But you said it didn't exist. What didn't exist?
Judge, what didn't exist is, she said, video footage of police coming to my client's home on September 25th.
Okay, see how easy that was? You finally told me the answer. I was asking for. Okay, so now you have it. What's the problem?
Judge, I'm gonna take her word that she sent it to me. I haven't looked at my computer this morning to see what's there.
Is there a reason why?
Because I was preparing to come here, Judge.
Okay, well, go ahead and look at what you have.
I can't look at what I have because I don't have the ability to do it.
Right. I asked Mr. Kenneth, can we go into one of the witnesses? He said he said he was unable to listen to the 911 call, so I played the 911 call. We all heard it together. And I did tell him that last night, yes, the officer in charge sent me very, very late, which I didn't even see that email. Two video clips by their camera of police going to a house. What it shows is a woman opening the door. They asked her a couple of questions. They took her name and her date of birth. There are two clips of two police officers.
Judge, I'm gonna object to that because.
I'm just telling the judge.
No, the judge asked, I'm not gonna presume to say what the judge said, but just tell the judge what you sent to me, not what's depicted in the video, because what you see and what I see may be different, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to say, objectively, this is what the body wear shows. Two police officers, different body wear cameras, about 3 minutes long each, talking to a woman very briefly, and then they leave. Defendant is not anywhere in there at all. I asked, you want to watch it right now? 3 minutes each. He said no.
Why not?
Explain
I'm
to
asking
him
you.
why not.
No, I'm asking you. Why didn't you want to watch it?
Judge, I didn't want to watch it because we had to be in here at 9 o'clock. It was after 9 o'clock, and I told her I was not going to watch that in a vacuum. So when the judge asked me, did I watch it? I'm not going to say I watched it and didn't have chance to dissect it and investigate what was going on with that. The one thing I can say right off the top of my head is that the 911 call that Ms. Jackson made was made on the 27th. So and I asked for 911 calls because I knew the police had came to my client's house on September the 25th. I kept telling the court, and the prosecutor heard it too. There's 2 911 calls because police just don't show up out of the blue at somebody's home. So I asked for the body camera footage and the 911 calls of those 2 incidents. Now, she's telling me that she just got these things late last night.
Okay. And what?
I just gave you my explanation to your answer as to why I did not watch it.
That's not a good explanation.
Well, it's not a good explanation for the court, but that's my explanation.
It's not a good.
Well, Judge, that's the one, and she
So,
can testify
do you
to
want
it.
to see it or don't you?
Judge, don't want to see it because I won't have time to question her properly about it
That's
in
your
that
choice.
way. Right.
It's been made available to you. If you don't want to look at it, that's up to you.
Judge, it's made available to me, so you gonna give me time knowing that it's 9:17 and you said you got murder docket at 10 o'clock. You gonna give me the time that I need to dissect that video? Because I have the rest of the morning.
Okay.
So is that what the judge, that what the court gonna do?
Look, I don't care what it is you call yourself doing. We're going to go forward with this exam if people are able to go forward with it.
Okay, the judge, I'm ready to go forward with I'm placing my objection on the record that I'm going forward without proper discovery, but since the.
No, you have the discovery.
Okay, the judge, I just placed my objection on the record just like I did yesterday, but let's go forward.
Teacher. Witness here.
I'm checking, there was a lot of traffic on this direction this morning.
Okay. I'm stepping. Ma'am, please give your name and spelling to the court reporter again. Just like this.
AIMBTRAY.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and good response like yesterday. Voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone is to your left. Begin when you're ready.
Ms. Jackson, good morning. My name is Anthony Lewis. I will be asking you questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Are you known by any other name?
Kim,
Are you known by any other name?
other than Kimberly?
Kimberly Jackson.
Kimberly Johnson, that was my, name before I got married.
Okay, and when did you take on your married name? What year was it?
In 2010.
Now, you made a 911 call to the police, correct?
Correct,
And the police came up to your home, correct?
correct.
And isn't it true that you told the police, and well, the date that they came out to your home, do you remember what date that was?
It was a day or two after the incident happened.
Okay, a day or two. Now, do you remember, do you remember telling the officer when the incident happened?
You mean when I called the police the first time it happened or the second time it happened? Because when it happened, I called 911 and they were dispatched to his home. And then I called them again because I was making my formal police report. And they said I can go to the station or either I can call 911. I called 911.
Oh.
And then I went to work after I did my report.
So the first time you called 911 was on the date of the incident, right?
Correct.
And what's the date of the incident? Do you
I don't
recall?
know.
You don't know. Okay, now. Do you recall telling the police officer on the date that they came to your home that the incident happened the day before?
I told them the date that it happened.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know. Or dates, I don't know the dates.
Judge, I believe I can get a stipulation from the prosecutors, because this was the 911 that was just played for me this morning, that stated that the incident happened the day before. Is that correct, Ms. Drain? Can I get a stipulation to that?
Yes, the date of the incident was.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is, can I get a stipulation to the statement that Ms. Jackson made that the incident happened the day before, based upon the police questioning her on the date that they questioned her?
You have to break this down.
Oh, okay.
Understand what you're saying.
You listened to the 911 just like I did, correct?
We both listened to it in that room
Right.
before we started.
Okay, now, you heard Ms. Jackson say that the incident happened the day before, correct?
Okay, do you want me to
Be-
play the tape?
Before we don't need to play the tape because,
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Judge,
We're gonna talk about what the 911
no,
call said. The 911 call is the best evidence.
Judge, I'm asking for a stipulation.
She's
from
not
the
giving it to you.
Are you saying you're not gonna?
No, I'm not. We can play the tape.
Okay.
Very clear.
Then, Judge, since she has the 911 recording, we can play the 911 recording.
That's what she just said.
I was agreeing on the record, Judge. And I have to agree on the
You
record.
said you don't have to play the 911 tape. You wanted the stipulation.
Right,
And
and
she's not giving it to you. So play the tape, will you?
Judge, I can't play the 911 recording because I don't have it. That's what I was telling
Wasn't it
you.
given it to you?
So she has it.
Wasn't it given to you?
Judge, it was given to me late last night.
But you have it, right?
Judge, I do have it, but I don't have it with me
Why not?
because because my computer wouldn't play it, just like I told her this morning, my computer wouldn't play it. I told her that, Judge.
This is gonna be defense exhibit A.
Yes, Judge.
Admitted. While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna change gears for a moment. Mr. Garcia, Mr. Hill. Are we ready? on
Yes, Judge.
action?
Yes.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305922201. People of the state of Michigan versus Mark Maziarzik. Defendant is charged in count 1, reckless driving causing death.
Appearances for the record, please.
Dominic DeGrazia, P69815, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Hill, P68445 on behalf of Mr. Mazurek. If Mark's on, Mark, can you state your name, please?
Mark's not here.
Okay. Judge, I spoke to him yesterday. I don't know if the court would allow me to waive his presence. We're just setting it for another exam. This is a refile. The court may remember this case, but we have a date for the 31st. I'm going to be holding the exam.
And Judge, that scheduled exam date is a problem for me. I've got a trial next week, so I'm asking if we could pick a new exam date.
First of all, the court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. When does your trial start, Mr. DeGrazia?
Next Monday, the 30th.
How long do you anticipate it will go?
All of next week. I should be done by Friday.
How's November 7th?
Judge, I started jury trial in Farmington Hills that morning. I'm good the 6th, if that helps.
Not my normal homicide, but I'll do it.
I missed that, Judge. What'd you say?
That's not my normal homicide day, but I'll do it on the 6th. How about the 6th at 10 o'clock?
That's fine for me, Judge. Obviously, I don't know if my trial will go into the next week, but we can set it for then.
Mr. Hill?
That's fine with me, Judge.
Mr. Grazia, were you the original APA on this one?
No, I wasn't, Judge.
Okay, so November 6th at 10 o'clock, trial will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Take it back on the record. You ready?
Judge, we have our device muted. Gabriel Pruitt appearing on behalf of the people under Court Rule 8.120. Your Honor, we have our computer muted right now. I'm not sure if we'll need you to mute the court.
You need what?
If we'll need you to mute so that we can unmute and mute the sound.
You need me to mute?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
Is there a way for us to connect to the sound?
You have to share the audio.
Two 2023 0802 and 50.
Now, if I had just talked with someone from the 6th precinct, they told me to call 911 so they could come out and do this report where my
Wednesday, September 27, 2023 0802 and 57 seconds.
Okay.
Detroit 911, what's the address of the emergency?
Yes, ma'am. If I had just talked with someone from the 6th precinct, they told me to call 911 so they could come out and do this report where my ex-boyfriend put a gun in my face and told me he was gonna blow my head off.
What's the address?
It's 11398 Minnock Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48228.
What are your immediate cross streets?
Tulip and Elmira.
Single family home, flat or an apartment?
It's a single family home.
And how long ago did this happen?
Well, he put the gun on me yesterday, and then today he just keeps texting telling me I'm dead, he's going to kill me, and so they just told me to call 911 to come out so that they could do this report and get him off the street.
Who is he to you? Is this your husband or your boyfriend?
No, he was my boyfriend.
Boyfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Stay on the line with me, okay?
Okay.
What's his name?
Honore Lewis.
Spell his first name for me.
Honora Lewis. And he's not on parole any longer, but he is a felon, so he shouldn't even have guns. Like, I didn't even know, because it happened at his house. I could give you his address, because the police did go to his address because someone else called the police. But like I was just talking to the other detective, and I said, I have a traffic warrant. I said, he was like, go ahead and talk to the police, because I'm having you arrested because you got traffic warrant. But when I just talked to, I know a couple of police officers, and my daughter-in-law is a sheriff. She's like, girl, they not finna do nothing about no traffic warrant. He pulled a whole gun on you. Like, call the police.
Is he black, white, Hispanic, other?
He's mixed. But he goes under black, but he's mixed.
Is he light, medium, or dark complected?
Medium complexion.
How's his hair?
he has Puerto Rican here, so he's Puerto Rican and black.
Is it long, short?
It's medium. It's not real long. You know how little guys wear their hair, like kind of long. Hold on, wait a minute, baby.
How tall is he?
Maybe 5'1", 5'2".
Approximately how much does he weigh?
190.
What's your name?
Kimberly Jackson.
And what's your callback number?
313-918-8538.
All right, I have units requested to the location, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem.
Wednesday, September 27, 2023.
Ms. Jackson. You testified that you made 2 911 phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, the first 911 phone call, what date and month did you make that phone call, if you recall?
The day and the month, the day of the incident.
And the date of the incident based upon your testimony, right? Not your testimony, but based upon that, your 911 call to the dispatcher would be September the 26th, 2023, correct?
Have you had a gun put to your head? Do you know the circumstances of that? I wasn't confused. I called 911.
Objection, Judge. Would you direct the witness to only answer my question and not give editorial or comments?
Just answer the question was asked.
Please answer the question.
Rephrase the question.
I'll repeat the question.
Repeat it.
Okay. Did you heard the 911 tape and you heard that you testified that the 911 recording says that the incident happened the day before the police was at your home, so that would be September the 26th. Is that a fair statement based upon what came out of your mouth?
It was September 25th. I left work and it happened.
Okay, now, based upon what came out of your mouth on the 911, it's September the 26th, correct, Ms. Jackson?
I don't know what day it was.
Okay, so but that was your voice, correct?
Yeah, that was my voice.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the other 911 call that you made, do you have any idea when that was?
The day of the incident?
The second 911 call that you made, do you know when that was?
You know when it was, right? Because you just played it.
Okay, so that's the date. Okay, so you made 2 911 calls on September the 26th, correct?
No.
Okay, then answer my question, Ms. Jackson.
Your Honor, the witness, objection. The witness already answered the question. She said she doesn't know what day the incident happened.
I thought she just said it happened on September 25th.
I think that the witness has offered multiple suggestions of when it could have happened because Mr. Lewis keeps
She
asking
made
the
a
same.
call on the date of the incident, but she said it was the 25th, and we just listened to one that was on the 26th.
Judge, I think the court needs to listen to the 911 call again because I distinctly heard September the 27th.
Okay, so maybe it was the 27th.
Okay, so is the court in agreement with the 911 recording stating September the 27th?
It speaks for itself.
Okay, now, Ms. Jackson, I'm back to my question again. When did you make the second? Your testimony is you made 2 911 calls,
That's been
correct?
asked and answered, Council.
And Judge, I do not have a second 911 call with Ms. Jackson's voice. And that was requested and discovered. Ms. Jackson, when the police came to your home, you spoke with the police
So
officer.
wait a minute, let's get some clarification. Ma'am, you contacted the police twice, is that right?
Correct.
This one we heard was you calling 911.
That was the second time, right?
The first time you contacted the police, you said that you contacted the 6th precinct and they told you to call 911.
Okay, so the incident happened and where the gun was pulled and everything. I called 911 after I was in the police. I called 911.
So you
Gave
did
them
call
the address.
911.
Right, gave them the address and everything. I went ahead about my business. I was talking to
Now, who
my,
in the 6th precinct told you to call 911 again?
they just said that I can go to the station and do it, or either I can call 911 and have them come out and do it.
Who told you that?
Whoever answered the phone at the 6th precinct, it was a lieutenant, 'cause
So
I
you
asked.
called the 6th precinct? I thought you called 911.
No, when I called the 6th precinct to find out where do I go to make a police report, and I told them the incident that happened. They told me we could do it 2 ways. You could dispatch 911 and they'll come out and do the police report. They said, or you can go to the station and
So
do
you
it.
called 911
Correct.
first, and then after you called 911, you called the 6th precinct. The 6th precinct told you to call 911 again.
Because when the day that, the incident happened, they didn't give me a police report number. They didn't take, none of that happened. No report was made that day. They just was dispatched. I don't know what happened after the dispatch or after the 911 call or
They were
anything.
dispatched to your home?
No, to his home, where he pulled the gun at, right.
Did you talk to them there?
No, that's what I'm saying. I hadn't spoke with them. When they were dispatched, I went ahead and I went home. They later contacted me, and like I said, and I called the 6th precinct, and they told me, I asked them, where do I go to do a police report? And they told me where I can go to do it at, and then they said, or you can call 911 and wait. So I called 911 and waited at my home, and they came out and did the report. Okay.
Now, Ms. Jackson, on the 911 recording that we have here in court that's been admitted as defense exhibit A, you stated to the dispatcher that someone else had called 911. Now, who was the other person that called 911 about this case?
When I pulled down the street, after I got in the clear, I pulled over so I could call 911. It was a lady. I got her address. She came outside. She was like, I dispatched 911. She handed me her phone. It was one of his neighbors.
And you have her name?
No, I have her address. I know where she lived. I know where she came from.
Oh, okay. So you don't know her name though?
Yeah, I know her name.
You do know her name?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what's her name?
I have it at home. It's in my bag. But I have her name. She wrote it down for me. She stayed down towards the other corner. He stays off one corner, she stays all the way down off the other one.
Just one more, please. The bag that you're keeping this woman's name and address in, would you give that to the prosecutor today?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you. You made reference that in your statement that your son was in the car with you?
Right.
And what's your son's name?
Hurie.
Last?
I'm sorry. Hurie, Hurie. Johnson.
And what's his date of birth?
6/26/06.
And was he in the front seat, back seat, or where?
When we left my home that morning, he was in the front seat. When we left work, he was in the front seat. When we were pulling up at his house, he's like, "Mommy, is he getting in the car?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Cool." He jumped in the back seat.
And so, by that statement, he saw Mr. Lewis.
She can't testify as to what someone else sees.
What? She just did it, Judge.
No, she didn't.
Oh, okay. Now, when your son made the statement, was Mr. Lewis in your sight at that time? That you could see Mr. Lewis?
Okay, so he stays here. This is street here. Across the street. I think Sawyer. It's one house, second house. I was getting ready to cross over Sawyer. So, in that reference, yeah, he was on the porch working on the door. So, yeah, I did. He was in my sight. I don't know if he had saw me, but yes, I saw him.
Did you have a conversation with your son that Mr. Lewis was going to get in your car when you arrived at Mr. Lewis' home?
I don't know if he was getting in the car. My son said it. He got in the back seat just in case.
Okay.
He got in the car.
Now, did Mr. Lewis get in your car?
No, he did not.
Okay. And your testimony was that Mr. Lewis was fixing on or repairing his front door. Is that
He was doing
correct?
something on the front porch.
Okay.
Yes.
And did he approach your car?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And your son was in the back seat at this time, correct?
Correct.
Is your son here today in court?
Yes, he is.
Is he on the outside of
Yes, he
the
is.
courtroom?
He's not in here.
Oh, okay. Judge, it's my intent to call her son, but I don't know if we're gonna have enough time based upon what you said your schedule was
Don't worry
yesterday.
about my schedule. Let me worry about it.
Okay, now, Ms. Jackson, how was Mr. Lewis dressed, if you recall? What all?
I
did he
don't
have?
recall.
Okay, you don't recall. Okay. Did Mr. Lewis approach your car?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did he say when he approached your car?
He said, "Do you have my trust?" And I said, "Yes, I do. Give me mine."
Okay. And did you hand him, what was the things that you had that belonged to Mr. Lewis?
I don't remember. There was some stuff in the bag. I don't recall. Some things that he had left in my house.
You don't recall. And did you hand those things to Mr. Lewis?
No, I did not.
And is there a reason why you didn't hand those things to Mr. Lewis?
Because I asked for my thing.
Okay. And what did he have of yours?
Let's see now. He has a bag massager, that cost $200 and something. He has, my credit card. He has.
What type of credit card is it?
Ask him, he has it.
What type of credit card
Ask
is
him, he
that?
has it. It's a Visa or MasterCard.
Oh, okay, so you don't know what type of credit card
No,
he has of
that's
yours. If that's gonna refresh your memory, by all means.
Why do I really need to know what kind of credit card it is?
Judge, this goes to credibility.
I don't need to know if it's a Visa or a MasterCard.
Judge, I got a follow-up question. If she knows if it's a Visa or MasterCard, she has the number with her.
Doesn't matter. If her name is on it, I don't care if it's a Visa or a MasterCard. I could care less.
Okay, Judge, I'm Just, like I said, it's going to credibility. Mr. Lewis,
I'm telling you, it's not relevant. Move on, counsel.
is this the card, Miss Jackson?
Jackson, yeah, that's it, and it has his name on it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm the primary card holder. I'm the only card holder.
So it's a card that you share.
No, we don't share.
Okay, but his name is on here, just like you stated.
Yeah,
correct?
it's on there.
Okay.
To share would be implied that we share the bill, that we split the bill or something
No.
like that. Yeah, that's.
No, the share would mean that you're the primary card holder, like you said, and you've given MasterCard Incorporated authorization to issue him a card.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if you've given MasterCard authorization to issue him a card, he legally has the right to this card.
No, because I canceled them.
Okay, so you canceled. So you really don't need this card then?
Yeah, I did. At that point, that had just happened. We had not had a dispute. A gun had not been put to my head. I had not been threatened. None of that. So the thing could have went either way.
Oh, okay. Well, for the record, I'm gonna give this card to the prosecutor's office so she can give it to you, okay? On the record.
You can cut it.
Now, what else do you have of his?
I don't have anything that belongs to him.
You don't have anything that belongs to him?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, what happened once he approached your car and you guys exchanged the words of you give me mine, I give you yours? What happened next?
He said, I'm not coming over here. You coming over I'm a rephrase like I'm him. You coming over my house, starting stuff. I said, I'm not arguing with you. I didn't fuss at you. At this point, I was bitches. I was hoes. I still, can I take my phone? I was bitches. I was hoes. I still had not cussed at him. I choose my words very carefully before I put them out there, like I said, because some things you cannot take back. He went over to his son's car and he asked his son, I didn't know what he said. My son told me, he said he asked for a gun. I said, wait.
So you're saying that your son told you something, right?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay. You can't say what your son told us. I mean, told you, okay?
Okay, well, he'll tell me.
Okay, so what happened after, let me
walked
finish the
past-
question,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
What happened after my client was at his son's car?
His son said something to him, and then, he walked away, and he was walking pretty fast, and he looked over at my car, he said, I got you, and I'm still sitting there, and he went in his home.
Okay.
His son died.
Okay, now, right there, you made the determination that he wasn't gonna give you your things, right?
I didn't make a determination at all, I sat there waiting
Okay, and what were you waiting for?
for him to come out with my things.
Okay, so you thought he was coming out with your things.
Yes, you were.
So, since he was coming out with your things, what's the remainder of the things that he has of yours?
He hadn't given me any of that stuff, the credit card, the massager, I have a list of it. It's irrelevant because anything that he had, I can replace. It has been replaced, so.
Judge, would you instruct her to answer the question as to what the things, she mentioned 2 things, but she says there's a lot more things, Judge.
2 is not enough?
No, 2 is not enough,
Why
Judge, because I want the list of all the things that he has of hers, because the fact that on the video recording of September the 27th, She tells the police that Mr. Lewis had brought her things to her home while she was not there. So I want to know, what are the things that he still has of hers? Because the fact that that's on video.
Do you remember what other things besides? the
I
car
didn't say
and
that he
massager?
took things, no, I know he had my massager, my other keys, I have a Doom button. He has my keys to that, it only came with, and he has my key to that, but someone just, re-keyed it for me. I can't remember everything, he never took any of my stuff to my home. He went to my home and removed his things that was at my house. That was the purpose for me picking
So
my
you got a
things up, and I had
massager,
to
car,
unpack.
and keys to a Doom button
And she
that
said
she remembers.
that she remembers. If you remember anything else, Ms. Jackson, please communicate that to the prosecutor's office, okay? Now, you state that you have nothing that belongs to my client, correct?
Nothing.
Now, did you, are you in text communications with Mr. Lewis' children at all? Or at the time during this incident?
Me and my daughter and his son, are in a relationship, we're fine.
Objection, Judge.
Other than that,
Beyond,
I don't.
I would ask that that be stricken.
Why? What's your objection?
Judge, I asked, the question was she in communications with Mr. Lewis' son? And I'll get more specific.
I think she answered your question.
Did you text Mr. Lewis' son by the name of Elijah and inform him that, hey, can you call me back? I wanted to drop off your dad keys, speaker, and clothes. But I didn't want to run into him. Now, is that your text message to his son Elijah?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
No.
And if you were to see it in writing, do you think that would refresh your recollection?
I don't know what you're asking me, if we text, me and his son, so you should have that text where his son said, my dad going through some things, he didn't mean to pull that gun on you, forgive him. That text should be on there too, right?
That's nice, Miss Jackson.
No, it's not
but
nice.
I'm asking you about you
I said, me
texting.
and his son, I just answered the question, I said, me and his son are fine, we're fine. But I don't talk to them on a daily basis, I see his one son when I see my daughter, which I talk to my daughter every day,
Okay.
but that's it.
So, Miss Jackson, you did not text his son Elijah and make that and text that statement to him.
I'm not sure.
You're
I don't
not
remember.
sure.
I don't recall.
Okay, and my follow-up question to that was, if I let you see it in writing, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm not sure, let me see.
Judge, the council approves the witness.
Yes.
Okay, I have all these facts, but, yeah.
Now, does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, okay, now, so that is you. You did make this text message to his son Elijah, correct? Now, in the text message, you state about, when did you make this text message to his son Elijah?
I don't know.
You don't know, okay, but it clearly states that you have property that belongs to Mr. Lewis, correct?
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Oh, okay, so now you have discarded these things that is mentioned in the text message. Would that be a fair statement?
No, be a fair statement was, I was trying to trick his son to get over there to get my things, that's all.
Okay. When Mr. Lewis went back in the house, we're back on the date that you're over there. He has went to his son's car, and then he leaves his son's car and he proceeds in the house, correct?
Correct.
Where does his son go?
He was getting out, his son was just shot in the face, so he was moving pretty slow. You asked, after, he was moving really slow. He got out of his vehicle and he was walking. He wasn't walking towards my vehicle. I don't know where he was walking to. When his dad came out the house with the gun in hand, he then tried to go over to his dad. His dad, like I said, it happened so fast, it was like Donkey Kong from the porch to the car. No steps in between. He was standing in my car. He had the gun. My window was down. It was summer. It was hot. He had the gun through my window in my face. If I thought about pushing the gun out my face.
Okay.
But then I said, it would go, where did it go off? He cocked the gun back.
You're gonna ask that this part be stricken. We're talking about what did she see Mr. Lewis' son do? Now she's talking about all of this stuff that Mr. Lewis did. And my question was, what did the son do? So it is stricken?
That's right.
Okay, now, Ms. Jackson, when you saw Mr. Lewis come out of the house, you saw him come out with the weapon in hand, correct?
Correct.
Now, was there some reason you didn't pull off?
Have you ever been in that instance? So if I pull off and I'm thinking like, what if he shoot me in the back? What if he shoot my car? And everything was running through my mind. But from the time he walked out the porch, I don't know if he was running or what, but he got to my car so fast, there was no pulling off.
Okay.
I was frozen.
Okay, so you did eventually pull off based upon what you told the police officers when they came to your house, correct?
Yeah, his son struggled with him.
Okay, his son struggled with him with the gun, correct?
Correct.
And then what did Mr. Lewis and his son do when they struggled?
His son just tried, Dad, what did he call him? Dad, whatever he called him. What are you doing? Why is he pulling a gun on her? She didn't even do, like, keep asking.
My question is, what did his son do when they struggled? Not what.
I don't know what they did. I put my car, when I can get off, I put my car in drive and I took off.
Okay, and so Mr. Lewis and his son was still struggling when you pulled off, correct?
No, because at that point, that's when he took that gun and he slammed it down on my back windshield.
Okay, and then you left, correct?
Correct.
Now, and on that date, you had the remote to Mr. Lewis' vehicle. Fair statement?
No.
You didn't have the remote to his vehicle on that day? Okay, now, when did you get rid of the remote to his vehicle?
I didn't get rid of anything. I don't have it.
Okay, so in this text message that you admit was yours and you admit you had his keys,
He said his dad wasn't at home.
Okay.
I thought I tricked him into bringing my things out.
But asked it to be stricken, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Just come on.
Judge, I'm coming on, but I'm not gonna let her do all this that she's not supposed to be doing.
You're asking the court to control the witness for you. I'm
Right.
not find that, no, I'm not gonna do that. You're a skilled attorney, you do it.
And Judge, that's why I asked that it be stricken as non-responsive.
Sir, do you have another question? or not?
Judge, I have many questions.
Get to him, please.
Okay. Miss Jackson, when you pulled off, did you ever return to Mr. Lewis' house on that day?
No.
You did not come back around you did not circle and come back around 2 additional times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you did not come back around, you did not activate the remote starter that you had in your possession and start Mr. Lewis' vehicle, correct?
That's not irrelevant. What she did after the crime was committed has nothing to do with whether or not the crime was actually committed.
What does this have to do with whether or not the defendant assaulted her with a weapon?
Judge, it has to do with the fact that she testified that she's afraid of Mr. Lewis and that she was frightened when she didn't pull off, when she saw the weapon, when
Mr.
he
Lewis
first
is
came out.
charged with assault with a dangerous weapon. And to do that, the people have to show that the defendant was in fear or apprehension of a battery with a dangerous weapon. And would it put a reasonable person in fear? Whether or not she was in fear herself is irrelevant. Would it put a reasonable person in fear or apprehension of a battery with a weapon? So I agree, it's not relevant. Let's talk about the alleged crimes here, if we can.
Jackson, when you made the statement yesterday that you made eye contact with Mr. Lewis inside of a bar, what bar was that?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to that. That was something to do with the bond and had nothing to do with the case that we're here for today.
And why is that relevant, Mr. Lewis?
Judge, goes to credibility and the fact that she mentions that when the prosecutors talked to me in the hall yesterday about him violating his bond, prosecutors told me.
We're not discussing bond right now. That has nothing to do with the case at hand.
Judge, I understand that, but I'm just explaining that it goes to credibility. And so if the court will allow.
No, I won't allow.
Okay. Now, Ms. Jackson, in the recording with the police officers, you stated that Mr. Lewis came to your home, drove up in your driveway and revved his engine. Do you remember making that statement to the police when the police arrived at your home to take your statement?
I don't recall.
Do you believe it's a possibility that you said that?
I don't recall.
You don't believe it's possible that you said that?
Objection, Your Honor, ask the answer.
Sustained.
If I was to tell you that that's on the 911, would you agree that what's on, not the 911, I agree, drug. The conversation that you had with the police officers at your home, you are aware that that was recorded, right?
Correct.
Okay, so whatever is on that body camera footage, you would say that that's factual, what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, ask the answer. The witness does not remember. She has no idea what the police report on the case.
She doesn't remember, counsel. She doesn't.
Judge, that was confusing. I asked her, did she know that she was being recorded? She said yes. And then I go into the question of, then what is recorded? Would it exactly be factual? She makes that objection. How is that objectionable?
How is she gonna say it's factual if she doesn't remember?
Judge, I didn't ask her if she remembered. I'm saying she knew that she was being recorded. And since she knew that she was being recorded, anything that was being recorded, she knew that that would be factual because she's part of the recording. So how is that objectionable? That she doesn't know.
Is there a recording that you want to place her?
No, Judge, there's no recording that she's already acknowledged that she knows she's being recorded, Judge. So I'm just asking her if what's on the recording of her, would that be factual?
She doesn't know what's on the recording.
I know she doesn't. Judge, I apologize. I spoke over you. Would you repeat that for the
She
record?
doesn't know what's on the recording because she doesn't remember.
Judge, I didn't ask her if she remembered. I'll rephrase the question. Ms. Johnson, you knew that when the police came to your house, you were being recorded, correct?
I know officers were, the things, in case circumstances arise, that was it. I wasn't thinking about being recorded. That thought never crossed my mind.
Okay, so you're telling the judge that you did not know you was being recorded?
The thought didn't cross my mind in the instant that I was trying to get my report made.
Okay, and when you say you was trying to get your report made, please explain to the judge what you mean by you was trying to get your report made.
A gun was put on me, to my head. I felt threatened. I felt like I could have been killed and taken away from my kids. I was filing a police report. The thought didn't cross my mind that if I was being recorded, if anybody was writing it down, whatever, it did cross my mind.
Okay, so you did not see the female officer ask you questions and write the things down as you was given answers?
No.
Okay, so let's pretend this is a cell phone. You did not use your cell phone and point to things so the female officer could write those things down. You don't remember doing that, correct?
Actually, when I told her about it, they gave me a number and had me back on.
Do you remember pointing to your cell phone and telling her these things on your cell phone so she could look at it?
I told the male officer that I had things, and he asked where was they, and I went in the house, I got my cell phone, and I texted to the number that they gave me.
Okay, so you're saying while the police was still there talking to you, you stopped the conversation and you went in the house?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you came back out?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you continued the conversation with the police officers?
They handed me a report, they probably talked for a second, they gave me a domestic violence line, and yeah, they do report number, and then they left.
Okay, so I'm going back to my original question. You do not remember showing the female officer your cell phone, is that correct?
I pointed at my phone.
Okay. Okay.
I don't recall,
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay, you just said you pointed at your phone, now you're saying you don't
You're saying that I showed her something in my phone. I can't remember if I showed her something in my phone or just showed her reference to my phone.
Okay.
I don't recall, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you contact the son Elijah about helping with Mr. Lewis Bond by text message?
Why is that relevant?
Just text message, just
About helping the defendant with his bond. What do I
Yes.
care about that? How does that shed light on whether or not this witness was assaulted with the gun or not?
okay.
Okay, here I was pulling you out.
Ms. Jackson, did you communicate by text to Mr. Lewis about you're thinking about pressing charges against Mr. Lewis?
Do you have any relevant questions, sir?
Judge, I believe that is relevant.
It's not relevant.
It's not relevant to the charges?
No, whether or not she wants to pursue charges or not. Regardless, apparently, at some point in time, she did. Anyway, she's just a witness in this case. This is the people's case.
Right, and she's the witness, and so I'm asking, did she text Mr. Lewis about that she would not pursue charges? And this was before any 911 call was
Who
made.
cares?
Pardon?
Why? Who cares?
Okay, Judge, fine. I'm moving on, Judge.
I would also ask for the question to be stricken from the record because it's prejudicial if the preliminary exam were to make it different.
There was no answer. The questions aren't evidence.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may stay. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Judge.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Okay, at this time, I would call the son, since he's on the witness list, he's here.
And let me put on the record as well, if this is the son that was testified to was in the vehicle when this incident occurred, depending on what he testifies to, there may be charges added because there was a gun involved. I'm just putting defense counsel on the on notice. There may be charges added based on the testimony. I don't know what it would be. I'm just putting you on notice.
You're putting me on notice about a gun, and there's already a gun involved.
Because there was a gun, because there is allegedly a gun involved in this case. And you heard the testimony.
That she said that my client was a gun.
Right, and the testimony we already heard was that the son was in the vehicle. So I'm putting you on notice based on whatever testimony comes out. There may be added charge, a request to add charges. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, all right, that's fine.
Okay.
The son's name is Hurie, Hurie. Last name is Johnson.
Mr. Procedure, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just give me a few more minutes, sir.
All the time in the world. Now, within reason.
Good morning, sir. Please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated over here. Is waving at you in red.
What's your name? Thanks.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone that'll be to your left. Just pull that over. Yank it over. There you go. You may begin when you're ready.
Mr. Johnson, do you know?
Would you please have his name?
Oh, I apologize.
He's not used to doing that, right?
Sir, would you state your full name for the record? Hurie Anderson Johnson. And do you reside, do you know why you're here today?
Yes, because he put a gun on my mother.
Okay, did you see him point the gun at your mother?
Yes,
Okay, and when he pointed the gun at your mother, what did you do?
I got on the ground before he pointed the gun.
Okay, so you got on the ground before he pointed the gun at your mother?
Yeah, right, because he was coming to the car with a gun in his hand.
Uh-huh.
She told me to get down, and he came and pointed the gun.
Okay, now you use the word ground.
To the bottom of the floor in the car.
Okay, and where were you positioned in the car?
Behind the passenger seat.
Okay, and so you got down, you saw him point the gun. Did you hear anything he said?
I wasn't really listening to pay attention, so I couldn't repeat anything that was said, but I could hear my argument.
Oh, okay. Was the windows up or down?
The two front windows was down.
Okay. And do you know how long he stayed at the car with the gun pointed at your mother?
No, I was in shock.
Okay, you was in shock. Now, what happened? Do you know what made him leave your mother's car?
No.
Okay, but he eventually left your mother's car, right?
Yes.
Did you look up at that time to see where he was at?
Yeah, I thought he was going to get the stuff, the rest of her belongings, and bring them to the car.
Okay. Now, did he bring any of her belongings to her home that day?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, were you at the house that day?
Not when he came.
Oh, okay.
I went to work with my mother.
Okay, so you know for a fact he came to the house, right?
Yeah, I saw it on the ring camera.
Okay, and did you see on the ring camera what he had in his hands?
Not exactly. I seen a bag and he took some stuff out the garage.
Okay, so he brought a bag to the house, right?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, on the ring camera, you saw him approach the house, right?
I didn't watch him go in. I seen him leaving out.
Okay, so you didn't rewind it to see when he came in?
Okay,
No,
so here we go again, we're talking about what's on a ring camera. The ring camera itself would be the best.
Well, Judge, I didn't know that even existed. When my client when my client withdrew the weapon from your mother, and you raised up, you saw him walking away. Fair statement?
I didn't raise up until we pulling off.
Okay, so you raised up, you guys were pulling off, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I raised up because I heard a sound. And it was something hitting the car.
Okay, and you knew it hit the car, right?
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, it like behind me.
Okay.
I got up and I looked behind me.
And what?
He had hit the windshield.
And
the rear shield.
Okay, and was the rear windshield, was it cracked or busted open or anything like that?
Not that I could see at the time.
Okay, now, did your mother did she return to the house, to Mr. Lewis' house a few minutes later?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know what type of vehicle Mr. Lewis drives?
Yeah.
Okay. And what type of vehicle is that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Why is it relevant?
I want to know if the vehicle, if Mr. Lewis' vehicle was home at the time of the incident, Judge.
Why?
Because I would like to know.
Why?
To place it at the scene.
I don't care if this vehicle is there. It's the same.
when your mother drove away, did she call 911 while you and her was still in the car?
Objection, Your Honor, leading, this is counselor's witness who has to ask.
Sustained.
Sir, what happened after you and your mother drove away? What's the next thing that happened?
We started heading home.
Okay, and nothing occurred while you were headed home. Is that a fair statement?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Yes, please.
Did anything draw to your attention when your mother drove off?
Anything like what? Like,
Anything out of the ordinary?
no. We
Okay,
were both in panic because he did what he did, but nothing else happened really in the car that alerted my attention.
did your mom stop and talk to anyone?
No,
Did she call anyone on the phone?
I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. I had a headphone in, so I don't really know what she did or who she talked to, but she did her thing on the car, talking to whoever she talked to probably, but I had my earbud in. I was shocked.
Okay,
So I just was trying to get home safe, make sure nothing happened. Because
go ahead.
I didn't want nothing to happen.
Okay,
Like, all the bad stuff been going on. My cousin just died, like,
okay, did you get back in the front seat once she drove off?
yeah.
Okay. And she did, and when you came to the corner,
What corner?
the street, to the end of the street, she proceeded to turn. Would that be a fair statement?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
I don't know who started.
Okay. She obeyed all the traffic laws.
To get home?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And from the point that she left Mr. Lewis' house, she only stopped for stop signs and traffic lights, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, but you were in the front seat, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have no further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, the person that you saw with the gun that day, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing?
Right there, he's wearing the button-up shirt.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, please let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant on a list.
So
Okay, so, now, you said on direct examination that you had gotten in the back seat of your mom's car, right?
Yeah, I climbed into the backseat.
Okay, and what's your mother's name?
Kimberly Jackson.
Okay, so, when was it that you first saw Mr. Lewis?
What do you mean?
When the two of you arrived to Mr. Lewis's house?
I didn't really, like, I seen him when he came to the car and they were talking. That's the first time I seen him. He was on the porch though when he was pulling up. He was doing something outside. And then the first time that I actually, like, seen what he was doing, he was just coming to the car to talk to her.
Okay, and when was it that you saw the gun?
When he came, he went to the car, talked to her, and then went to the other car that was parked in the driveway. Then he went in the house, and then he just came back out with a gun.
And
She
what
said
other,
with that.
and this other car, was that his car or someone else's car?
I believe it was his son's car.
Okay, was his son there also?
Yeah,
Did you see any interaction between the two of them?
they was talking,
Could you hear what they said?
not really.
Okay. And when you saw Mr. Lewis come out with the gun, you got on the floor?
Yeah,
And you got on the floor because your mom told you to?
yeah,
Okay. And what did you think when you saw that gun?
that somebody was about to end up getting shot.
Okay.
Somebody was gonna get hurt, and then when we came to the car, I thought she was gonna die.
Okay. And what about you? Were you in fear at all because of that gun was right there?
Objection, as to relevance.
this relevant?
Did you say you were in fear because of that gun?
Yes,
Okay, and you said you stayed on the floor of the car until you pulled off, correct?
yes.
Okay, and did you feel safe then, once you and your mom left the area?
No, because I told her that he could do something else. He knows where she stays.
Okay, so you're still in fear because of what he did?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I have no further questions.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
did, when you were approaching the home,
What home?
Mr. Lewis' home, and you were in the front seat,
No, I was in the back seat by the time we got close to his neighborhood.
okay, so before you entered into his neighborhood, you had got in the back seat?
Yes, because I assumed they were gonna talk in the car.
Okay,
That's why I had my headphones in.
okay, and you had got down when your mother instructed you to get down, correct?
Yes.
And so did you make eye contact with Mr. Lewis?
No.
Okay, and Mr. Lewis didn't make any eye contact with you, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, you don't even know if Mr. Lewis knew he was in the car, right?
Testify to what someone else knows.
Your mom testified that she got very,
Objection to what his mom testified to.
Rephrase.
your mom's windows, they are shaded very dark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all for him because she has lupus, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you can't even see in the back seat. If you're on the outside of the car, they're so dark that you can't see if anyone's in the back seat, can you?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's where you placed yourself even before you got on the street that Mr. Lewis lives on, correct?
I was in the back seat. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, I have nothing further now.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Defense has no other witnesses, Your Honor.
People?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
You have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, I would first indicate for count one, weapons, firearms, possessed by a felon, I have a certified copy of the prior conviction of honor removal. That, in fact, there was, he was actually sentenced for the charge of assault with intent to do great bodily harm on August 21st of 2007. And that is the basis for count one.
Mr. Lewis?
At this time, for purposes of exam, Your Honor, I have no objection.
Admitted?
And at this time, Your Honor, I would move for a bind over on all counts with, and I am also asking for additional, 2 additional charges of felonious assault against Fury Johnson and an additional count of felony firearm.
Mr. Lewis?
Judge, question of fact as to the existing, you heard what the young man said. He was in the back seat before he even entered into my client's neighborhood. The back windows are tinted so that you will not know that anybody's in the back seat. So I don't know how they're going to say that my client was, that he knew that this young man was in the back seat and he threatened this young man at all.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have specific testimony that, yes, the defendant made any specific remarks or comments to Mr. Johnson. However, the testimony was not that he was in the front of the car looking in. The testimony wasn't that he was 20 feet away when he had the gun. He had the gun he was right up to the car. The first witness testified that he had the gun right in the car. So You are right there. Anybody standing right there at a vehicle, whether the windows are up or down, you can see everybody in the vehicle if you are standing right by the vehicle. He says he saw the vehicle, he said he saw the gun. He saw him with the gun, and then he got on the floor and he was afraid. So that's why I'm asking for those counts.
All right, as it relates to the original counts contained in the complaint form, count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3, 4, felony firearm, count 5, domestic violence. The court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to those charges contained in the complaint form. The court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, the court finding probable cause to be disciplined committed will bind the defendant over to Lane County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be November 7th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. As to the proposed added charges of felonious assault and felony firearm, of course, not satisfied with met their burden of probable cause as relates to those added charges, in that the complaint or the other proposed complaining witness was in the vehicle. And although I granted that it would put a reasonable person in fear or apprehension of an assault with a dangerous weapon, there's not sufficient evidence on this record that this defendant even saw or knew that the complainant was in the vehicle. And furthermore, using that rationale, any neighbor who saw him coming in their direction, walking up towards the car, would be able to make that same claim. And I'm not sure. In fact, I know that's not the intention here. That being said, the court will not add the additional charges of felonious assault and felony firearm. Again, the defendant's arraignment on the information date and time is November 7th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm waiting on over here right now.
Michael Collins. I'm always happy to see this proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Likewise.
Have a seat next to your attorney. Stay on the judge call you.
That's make me appreciate the Lord. Serious.
That was interesting.
I'm not sure what you meant. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
you just have to get narrowly focused on what we hear for all that ancillary stuff. It may be good for a play for a jury, but not for me. I don't have time for it.
Gotcha.
Where's my prosecutor?
What's up, Donald?
Good, how are you?
Closest one, but I'm going for it.
So,
So Judge,
Yes.
I know I'm not an attorney, but why would you call him a bitch?
Still trying to impeach the person. That's what I, yeah, that's what I need.
You always impress me. Every case you get.
Mr. Castillo, what you do if I prosecute?
I'll waive the presence, Judge. Okay, let's do it.
Let me know when you're ready. I got to ask you, do you have a technician?
Yes.
No, I mean a cast technician.
Oh, yes. For the evidence technician.
Was that all right?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. I was having to talk to you one day, but I got to try to get a hold of you. All right, I'm ready.
Calling case 2359121, people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Kerr Collins. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder second degree. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. The Ted Scott on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan, P78816.
And good morning again, Your Honor. Mark Rosita, Neighborhood Defender Service, on behalf of Mr. Collins. My P number is 39242.
Tell me your name, sir. There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, the people are ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the people?
4.
Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin before you call this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please do.
First preliminary matter that I have is the medical examiner's report. I'd like to place the pertinent portion on the record. This will be People's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted?
Thank you. Now, this is a report authored by Dr. Omar Reyes of the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office. He performed an autopsy, which is also known as a postmortem examination on the body of Ronnie Johnson on November 27th. It is his summary opinion that the cause of death was by stab wounds to the neck. There was shot force injury. The first stab wound was to the left neck. The second stab wound was to the right of the decedent's neck. There was also blunt force injury, which involved contusions around both eyes, damage to the upper extremities and torso. He finally ruled that the matter of death was homicide. And published to the court.
Yes, please.
Excuse me one moment. At this time, we will call Monet Roberts.
We have a stipulation as to the identity of the victim.
I have no objections to
That being 62-year-old Ronnie Johnson.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So see that stipulation.
Thank you.
Now please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady waving at you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Just pull that door open. Speak nice and loud into that microphone. It will be to your left. Okay? Just yank it up.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name again for the record.
Monet Roberts.
And Ms. Roberts, do you know someone by the name of Michael Collins?
I do.
How do you know?
I was managing a semi-independent facility and he was one of the clients there.
Okay. Now, when you say clients, and then, well, you refer to an independent facility, what is that?
So it's kind of like a group home for adults with mental illness. However, they're in a semi-independent setting, so semi-independent meaning they may only see staff members for 2 to 4 hours per day.
So they're able to live on their own?
Yes.
And you stated that Michael Collins was a client?
Yes.
Does that mean that he lived in the facility?
Yes,
Do you see him in the quote today?
yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing a white shirt with a green shirt.
Please let the record reflect that the witness is identified with the defendant in this matter.
So noted.
Thank you. Do you also know someone by the name of Ronnie Johnson?
I do.
How do you know him?
He was a client as well.
Okay. Did they live together?
They didn't live together in the same home, but the apartment space, if I can kind of explain it, it's like a stairwell, and Ronnie's apartment would be to the right, and Michael's apartment would be to the left.
Okay, so let's explore that a little bit. You said they lived in 2 different apartments.
Yes,
There was 1 stairwell.
yes.
How many entries until you get to that stairwell? Was there 1 door or 2?
So trying to put in perspective, there's a commercial unit with different, because I'm not sure if this is the question that you're asking me. It's 3 different doors to get, that has stairways that lead to clients' homes. So the last door to the right of the building will be the stairwell used to get to Ronnie and Michael. So if you're saying like you just open 1 door to get to both apartments.
Okay, so you get to 1 door, you approach the stairwell, and then you go up those stairs. And when you go up those stairs, where was Ronnie's apartment?
To the right hand side.
Okay, and where was Michael Collins' apartment?
To the left hand side.
Okay. Did you see them together at all?
Yes, pretty often.
How often?
So by me just managing, I worked in the office and I was not working hands-on with clients at the time unless there was a special occasion or special need. So I didn't see them together every day, but an uncountable number on my head.
I'm sorry, Judge, I couldn't quite make out what the witness said.
I said that it wasn't every day that I saw them because I was managing and I was working in the office, which is located down the street. So I would only see them if there was a special occasion or a special need. However, there's a countable numbers on my hand that I saw them together.
And what would you see them doing? What would you know them to do?
They were playing cards, they were drinking, just kind of like hanging out. The last day that I saw Ronnie said a statement to me. He said, "Thank you for finding me housemates that I can get along with."
And who did you believe he was referring to?
He was referring to Michael Collins.
And what was the last day that you saw Ronnie?
The last day that I saw Ronnie was that Monday before Thanksgiving.
And when you saw him, was he with Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And what were they doing?
Michael was over at Ronnie's house. I had staff down there putting plastic up to the window. So it was I was in the house. Michael was using the phone. After everyone kind of like wrapped everything up. They both left out the door to answer the door.
So they out to look for together.
Yes.
Did you see them together after that?
Not even.
No further questions with this witness.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Roberts.
Good morning.
Ms. Roberts, you filled out a statement regarding what happened to Mr. Johnson, correct?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that statement?
I have.
You recall when you made that statement, was it reduced to writing?
I'm sorry?
Was the statement in writing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you sign that statement?
I did.
And certainly before you sign that statement, you would review that to make sure it was accurate, correct?
I did.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that at some point, Mr. Johnson actually thanked you for getting him decent, not roommates, but apartments. You had an opportunity to see the interaction between Mr. Collins and Mr. Johnson. Mr. Collins There was never any problem, verbally or physically, is that correct? The interaction between them would vary depending on the day. They might be playing chess.
Yes.
They did other things together, listen to music. Now, you said that on occasion you saw that they would be drinking.
Yes.
Did you know, or did you notice whether Mr. Collins was a heavy drinker?
Not really noticed, but to my assumption, Mr. Collins was not a heavy drinker.
Thank you. From what you observed, was the interaction between those two always at Mr. Johnson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, never at my client's apartment?
I've never seen Ronnie.
Now, you said that day to day you didn't have, you normally wouldn't have interaction with your clients at that apartment, correct? Who was it that would have day-to-day contact?
Two staff members, one of them, and I can't remember.
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection relevance.
Well, Judge, I'm just asking her if she knows, and if she does, who they are. I'm not gonna ask her about what they said to her or anything else.
I know Michael Collins very well.
Hold on a second. What's the relevance?
We'll move on. Now, you were called to that apartment building on Kirchhoff, were you not? On the 26th of November?
Was I called there? Is that the day that it happened?
Well, the day that the body was found.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And did you see my client there?
I did see him.
Okay. You had some interaction with the police, correct?
I did.
Did you give that statement on that day to the police?
Yes, one statement was there, but multiple times I had to go to the headquarters for further statements.
Okay, so you signed at least one statement that we know of, correct?
Yes.
Were there additional statements that you may have signed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you provide the officers entry into Mr. Johnson's apartment?
I did.
And did you have a key?
I did.
And did you provide that key to the officers?
I don't recall if I actually gave them a key, or like let them in, because I think that the door was already open when we all arrived.
Okay. And by the way, who notified you to come to the apartment?
That was Sherelle. Sherelle stated that she got a call from another family.
Objection.
Who is Shura?
Staff member.
Okay. Are you aware of a time when there was plastic that was put over Mr. Johnson's window prior to his death?
Yes.
Did you participate in
I came to oversee.
And when you say oversee, did you bring the materials?
No, the staff took the material down, and I just came to make sure that the staff had did it properly.
Okay. And that would have been 2 days before the body was found, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay there during the entire time that that plastic was put up on the window?
From the time that I got there, like I said, I came to oversee, so they were kind of headed towards finishing up, and I stayed there until the end.
Well, they ran out of material at some point, correct?
I'm not sure about, so I don't think that they ran out of material that we provided. However, Ronnie was very certain that he needed another layer.
Okay. And you observed both Mr. Johnson and my client leave to go get, at least from what you knew, to go get additional materials.
Say that. Yes.
No argument of any kind?
No.
And again, if I'm not getting this right, but this would have been on the 24th?
Yes.
And initially, in one of your statements, you were kind of uncertain about when the last time you saw Mr. Johnson.
I was.
That was in fact the last time you saw Mr. Johnson.
So my recollection is Monday or Tuesday. There's no in between. It was that Monday or that Tuesday. Wasn't how sure the exact date, but it was definitely Monday or that Tuesday.
As you sit in the witness stand now, do you know whether it was that Monday or Tuesday?
Going over, I really think that it was that Monday, but there is still some possibility that it could have been that Tuesday.
But in any event, that was the date that the plastic was put up over the window.
Yes.
And obviously, my client was there during that process, correct?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Jeff? Ms. Roberts, were you ever in, prior to when the body was found, were you ever in my client's apartment?
Yes. Objection, relevance.
Thank you. Were you in his apartment recently? And when I say recently, I mean with regard to or with respect to when the body was found within a week of that period?
To my recollection, I don't believe I was in his apartment within that week, but yes, I had seen him within that week.
Okay. And that was part of the job of you were supervising the people that would oversee both Mr. Johnson and my client?
Yes.
My client's apartment was tidy, as you recall?
Tidy?
Clean?
Yes.
He was kind of fanatical about that, was he not?
Yes.
Everything in its place?
Yes.
And in fact, he often helped Mr. Johnson straighten up, tidy up, clean up his apartment, correct?
Yes.
Do you ever recall an incident where Mr. Collins was belligerent toward your workers or toward Mr. Johnson?
Objection, relevance.
Judge, I think that's relevant. They're saying he murdered him, especially with regard to Mr. Johnson.
No, I haven't seen this.
Generally a soft-spoken person, correct?
Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you. You redirect?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, you stated on clause that you provided entry into Mr. Johnson's apartment by providing officers a key. Is that correct?
That part I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember providing him a key. I don't remember. I just don't see that. When we arrived, the officers and everyone was already in the apartment. So there was already entry to the apartment.
Okay. And so you did go over to Mr. Johnson's apartment on the day that incident happened. Do you recall the day that was?
So on Thanksgiving, is that the question? Yeah, on Thanksgiving day, I did go over to Michael's apartment.
Okay. And what year would that have been? Do you recall?
2021?
Your Honor, I'll stipulate it was 2021.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, so right, listen, I'm sorry, but I am totally not sure that was.
It's
part of my-
fine. I can use the report to refresh the record.
I'm sorry.
Or you can check, you can sit.
20?
Oh, it's 20.
So, so you actually went to Mr. Johnson's apartment that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you actually see him that day?
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah.
No, when I got to Mr. Johnson's apartment, he was already deceased. Like,
Did you see his body?
No, I didn't see his body. They didn't let us up to see his body. After the police left, they didn't even know.
Okay. Defense counsel also asked you whether or not, you knew whether his client would help clean up, Mr. Johnson's apartment, and what was your response?
Yes, so I'm gonna say help around the house. I'm not gonna say that he cleaned up his apartment, because that part I'm underworked. But he did help around if there was something that needed to be done. For instance, I believe that when they were putting up the plastic bag, Michael was helping just helping around the house. I'm not gonna say that he cleaned the house.
Okay, but you know him to help him clean up and do things, jobs around the house.
Yes.
Right. Did you also know where you cooked for him?
No.
When you got to the apartment on Thanksgiving, did you see Mr. Collins?
When I got to the apartment, yes, I see him that day. I believe it was Ronnie's uncle or his brother knocked on his door to ask if Michael had heard or seen him.
Okay, did you have a conversation with Mr. Collins at that time?
Yes.
What was the conversation about?
So as I stood behind the brother or uncle that knocked on the door, Michael Collins' response to the man was, he didn't know or hadn't seen her. He didn't know Ronnie. Basically, he was just like very confused. He didn't know Ronnie. So my response was, you do know Ronnie. I became a bit upset, like, you do know Ronnie, what you're talking about. And it just went from there. It was kind of like a back and forth. And he just said he didn't know Ronnie, and I'm confused on why you acting like you don't know Ronnie. So it was just a circle talk.
No further questions.
Very briefly, Ms. Roberts, did you say you actually saw Michael's apartment that day?
I did.
Were you in his apartment that day?
I did. I was.
Anything appeared to be out of sorts in his apartment?
So that day, it was not like searching because everything, like all the attention was on Ronnie's apartment. However, the next day, I did notice that, there was some blood stains on the wall. And also.
Wait, can I stop you there? Not inside of the apartment, correct? The blood stains on the wall that you're referring to were on the south hallway, is that accurate?
I'm almost sure that there was a blood stain in Michael's apartment.
Well, let me ask you this, that's a pretty significant event, you would agree?
Yes.
And had you seen that on that day, you would have put it in one of the reports or one of the statements that you gave to the police, agreed?
I think that I did. So not on Thanksgiving, however, the following day.
Okay.
I reported all findings.
And certainly if you had seen blood, you would have wanted the police to know about that, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was it that you saw that blood?
It was in the living room area, small street. So, and like I said, all of this I did report to the police.
Okay.
The space between their apartments, there was a blood stain closer to Michael's door, and also in the inside, which is close to the front door, but like the front wall, near the front door.
Are you saying the front door of Michael's apartment?
Of Michael's apartment.
And are you saying that it was actually inside that apartment?
Yes.
And you don't recall whether or not specifically you told the police that, is that correct?
I recall.
Objection, that is a mischaracterization of her testimony. She stated that she did tell the police that of her findings.
Okay, did you put that in writing in your statement to them?
That we seen blood?
Yes.
Just specifically that? I don't recall. I sent pictures of it though. I don't recall if that pieces in the statements, but when we saw the blood and his miraculously clean shoes, I sent pictures of everything.
Well, let me ask you this. You were saying we, did somebody else enter that apartment with you the day after?
Yes, staff, Sierra Brown.
Sierra Brown? Can you tell me when it was that you first arrived at the apartment building on the 26th?
Not sure what time it was, but it was dark outside.
It was dark outside from the morning or from the evening?
It was dark outside as in nighttime.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, and I'm not asking you to be exact, but about, because I'm a little unclear as to whether that's been 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, because it was November.
But it was nighttime, like 6 p.m.-ish.
Okay, so you first arrived around 6 p.m.
Ish.
Ish, yeah, I'm not asking you to be exact. Police were already there. You saw Mr. Collins there.
Well, he wasn't like out in the scene. It wasn't until after police left that the brother or uncle knocked on his door.
Okay.
So he wasn't just hanging outside or around the scene. He was in his apartment.
Okay. Do you know what time the police left?
Your Honor, no, outside the scope of my redirect.
The timing got a little askew here, Judge, so I think these are natural follow-up questions. Because she asked what time she was there, and I'm trying to get some idea to narrow it down.
I don't know.
Why is it relevant?
What is this not question relevant to?
Her observations of that day, her observations of my client, again, Judge, I would say that they are, the allegation is my client murdered his next door neighbor. She has information. Not only did she see him the day the body was found, and which would have been, I believe, shortly after the homicide occurred. I think they're completely relevant questions. You testified that at some point the police left, correct? And Ms. Roberts, I'm not asking you to be exact, but can you give me a ballpark figure of when that was?
Maybe between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m.
Okay. And after that time was when you said you went into the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And you went into not only Mr. Collins' apartment, but you went in with other folks to Mr. Johnson's apartment, correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Collins go into that apartment with you?
Into
Mr. Johnson's apartment after the police left?
No.
And when you went into that apartment, was Sierra Brown with you?
Objection, asked and answered in relevance.
Never asked that, whether Sierra Brown entered the apartment.
Yes.
That was between 6 and 10 p.m.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I have nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Scott?
Yes, I just wanted to ask you about the boots. You said that you sent pictures to the OIC that they were miraculously clean. What do you mean by that?
So going into Michael's apartment the next day, I mean, it was just like they were placed there. His shoes were just there and they were super clean. Like, I know that he's a clean guy, but this was like freshly brand new, and then which brought awareness for me to look at the boot print in the blood, because like I said, after all of that occurred, we're still there every day because we have to still take care of these clients. So of course, we had kind of like our own investigation, in-house investigation. And I noticed the boot prints in the blood looked very similar. So they were so clean that I picked up the boot and looked at the bottom of the boot. It looked very similar. And I asked Michael, what made you clean your boots?
What did you say?
He said he always cleans boots. However, I never seen his boots like this. Like, I mean, these were shoe polish clean.
No further questions. Thank you.
I have. How many times have you seen those boots before?
Multiple. I actually don't recall if he even had another pair of shoes except slippers.
And again, you picked up those boots and you looked.
I did.
And they were, the uppers were clean?
The
upper part of the boots were clean?
The upper part,
the outside.
Yeah, so the whole boot, including like, if I wear these boots every day and I walk on the floor, the bottom, the footprint was even clean. In between every line, those boots were clean, as if they were brand new.
Completely.
Completely.
I have just. Judge, I'm just looking for a photograph that is a prosecution exhibit. And I approached the witness, Judge. Judge, I have in my hand, it's actually my laptop, but it has a photograph marked number 61 that is part of the prosecutor's exhibits in this case. You recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
What is it?
A boot.
A boot? Or the boot that we've been talking about?
It looks like the boot.
The bottom look clean to you?
No, sir. However,
yes.
So, to my knowledge, before anyone got those pictures, I took a picture of those boots. So before he may have been able to even walk back outside with those boots. I took the picture. So I did send it, I did give it, to the detectives that was on the case. I sent it to them.
Okay. That would be, oh, she's not here. Officer Carlton? Who's that? Carlson, excuse me.
Yes.
Officer Carlson, you took pictures of the boots that you gave me, and you gave those to her.
I took the pictures, I did.
You took pictures of Mr. Collins and gave them to her, correct?
Took pictures of Mr. Collins? I don't remember, but if I felt that it was necessary to take a picture of him at the time, then I would have took a picture and sent it to him, yes. I mean, to her, yes.
You did take pictures of a woman by the name of Tony Rodriguez?
Your Honor, objection, this is outside the scope of redirect.
Yeah.
Times 2.
Judge, it may be, but this witness's answers are opening the door to, she's taking pictures. I never knew that. I've never seen it. And her answers.
Why is it relevant?
Judge, she
Why do I
says
care
she
who's
took,
taking pictures of it?
well, she's saying she took pictures of the boots, and in her opinion, granted, it's not an expert opinion, the footprint inside the apartment was very similar to the boot that she found.
Okay, so what do I care about her taking pictures of it? Rodriguez and all these other people, why is that relevant?
I'll move back to it. The photographs that you gave to Officer Carlson, excuse me. Do you recall when it was that you gave her those photographs?
Not date wise, but within a week's time. I mean, I sent a couple photos, so I'm not sure the exact date. And that, the picture of the boot, I believe that I sent that the very next day. The picture of the boot, that was the very next day.
All right, so we got this clear. You saw the boot the night that Mr. Johnson.
No.
Body was
No.
found.
No.
But you were in that apartment.
The following day I saw the boot. Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
You took a photograph and sent it to Officer Carlson.
Yes.
That's that same day, you should recollect.
Yes, so that would be the Friday after Thanksgiving.
And that was all done as part of your internal investigation.
Yes.
Were you asked to do this internal investigation?
Not at all.
Just something you took on?
Yes.
I've done it. Thank you.
Thank you, man. You may step down.
At this time, the people call Rodney Johnson.
Come on in, sir. Step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady in the red.
Mark Johnson.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone that'll be to your left. Okay, you gave me the ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Marcus Jones Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, do you know someone by the name of Ronnie Johnson?
Yes, I do. That's my nephew.
Okay. And I'm gonna take your attention back to November of 2020. Did you see your nephew at any time during that month?
Yes.
When did you go? When did you see him?
Thanksgiving.
All right.
I didn't see him Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I went over there, and that's when I found him. I called a welfare check. The messenger told me that he was upstairs.
Okay. So let's back up a little bit. You did actually go over to his apartment?
Yeah, I went over
All right. So
there. I called the police. I went there first, right?
Okay.
Then I left, went home.
Okay.
Called my sister, his mother. And I heard her call the welfare check. Police met me over there.
Okay, let's back up. When you went over there the first time, why did you leave?
I'm not gonna go, I couldn't get in.
All right. Which door did you knock on?
Downstairs door.
All right. You didn't get an answer, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
You left and you called who?
My sister.
Okay,
What did I do?
what happened next?
I called, the police, did a welfare check.
Okay, then what happened?
Then they came over there, I had to wait for about an hour to get there. They came over and they told me it was a homicide.
When you went over there the second time, how did you get into the door this time? When you say he, who are you referring to?
Michael Collins.
You pointed to someone, what is he wearing?
Green.
I'll stipulate, the only one over here is wearing green is my client.
Well, we see that stipulation, the witness has identified the defendant, Michael Collins.
How do you know Mr. Collins?
Well, you know, my nephews hang out together.
You would see them hang out together?
Yes, they would be up there on Jefferson and St. Clair at the liquor store.
Okay, and when you went to your, nephew's apartment, you said Mr. Collins opened the door, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Where did your nephew live?
Right across the hall from them,
Do you recall the street?
on Kirchner.
All right, is that in Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that in Wayne County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so he opened the door, and then what happened next?
Then he said he never seen, he didn't see my brother. He just said, I never seen him. We asked him, well, did you need music over there? He said, no, ma'am.
All right, and you went upstairs, you said the police was there. When you saw the police, what did they do?
They went up there, they kicked the door in. I was right behind you. They said, you don't want to come in and see this. You don't want to see him like this.
Okay,
So they told me to go downstairs. I went got in my truck. And see on his, border, he telling them that it's a homicide. I don't know homicide, it's a body up there.
okay, did you get a chance to actually see your nephew's body on the floor?
No,
Okay, you went back downstairs to sit in your car,
yes.
all right. Did you do anything else after that?
No, I sit outside till my sister put it up. I never left the premises, I sit right there.
No further questions, John.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
Mr. Johnson, you filled out a statement for the police regarding this incident, correct?
Yes, I
Have
did.
you had an opportunity to review that statement?
Yes, I did.
Is there anything in that statement you now find inaccurate? Now, when you first arrived, you were at that apartment building on Kirchner twice, correct?
Yes.
The first time you arrived, you said you knocked on the door.
Downstairs.
Right, so that would have been the door leading out to the street, correct?
So,
Okay, you knocked on that door, you got no response.
exactly.
Was there a buzzer or anything to ring for your nephew's apartment?
So,
I think your testimony was you then went to call your sister?
I called his mother.
His
My
mother?
sister.
Okay. And then you went back to the apartment, correct?
No, I never left.
Oh, you called from outside?
Myself, yes.
Okay, thank you. At some point though, did you go back and start banging on that front door again?
Yes, I did.
And is that when you saw Mr. Collins?
Came downstairs.
And he let you in that door?
Yeah.
Now, by the way, you said you had seen Mr. Collins and Mr. Johnson before, correct?
Yes.
I think in your statement, you indicated you had seen him a couple times.
Yes, I work right down the street from the liquor store.
Okay.
I work at Center.
So
When I take a break, go to the store, and I see him and my nephew like this.
okay, you've seen him total couple times?
All my life, I probably seen them 3 times.
About 3 times. Okay.
This young man has been in my truck.
I'm sorry?
He done rode in my car.
Okay.
When I knocked on his man, when I went up there, he told me right there he didn't know my brother. I called him my brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're,
It's my nephew.
okay.
So
All
I
right.
didn't know him.
Okay.
So I had to believe you said that because you have been in my truck.
Okay. And again, over the course of your lifetime, you've seen him 3 times. About
3 times.
Okay. Now, once he opened the door, did you approach the door to your nephew's? And may I call him your nephew?
Yeah, my nephew.
Okay. Did you approach the door to your nephew's apartment?
The door was open. The police guy went up there.
Okay, well, let me, I'm missing something then. Let me take a step back. You say Mr. Collins let you in that front door.
Yes, he did.
Were the police already there at that time?
No.
Okay. Had you called the police at that time?
Yes, but I hadn't seen a waiver warrant.
Okay.
I didn't go upstairs until the police, I was right behind and they went up there and keep going this. And they said, you don't want to see him like this. And they told me to leave.
I understand that. I'm just trying to put an order to the events, how they happen. So you went up to that door and actually knocked on your nephew's apartment door. Is that correct? No answer, obviously.
No answer.
Did you go back down to wait for the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then I think your testimony was you followed the police up the stairs. Did they force entry in the door or did they have a key?
They forced entry.
Did you see them force entry?
I wasn't up there when they opened the door.
I'm sorry, sir?
I wasn't up there when they opened the door.
Okay, you were
Downstairs.
inside the building, but
No, I
now,
wasn't, I was in my truck.
okay. But at some point, you went up after the police got there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that they told you you don't want to come in.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, you did at some point that same day enter that apartment building, correct?
Yes, once they took his body out of there.
And do you recall approximately what time that they took the body out?
I don't know, it was late. I don't know what time it was.
Sometime early evening?
It was in the evening.
Okay.
It was pretty much getting dark outside.
I'm sorry, sir?
It was getting dark outside. So it had to be about maybe about 6 o'clock, 6 or 7.
And I'm not asking you to be exact, that's good enough. Somewhere in the area of 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. You did not, you didn't testify that the police kicked the door in, did you?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had a note. I thank you, sir. I have no additional questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step.
Oh.
At this time, if you will call Leona Smith. Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Your voice is nice and loud, speak to that microphone to your left. Thank you, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Can you please say your name for the record?
Leona Smith,
And Ms. Smith, where were you employed in November of 2020?
I was employed for the City of Detroit Police Department Crime Scene Services.
And what did you do for the Detroit Police Department Crime Scene Services?
I was a forensic technician.
Okay. Did you have occasion to be called to any locations for which you're here to testify to today?
Yes.
And do you recall which location were dispatched to?
9910 Kirchable Avenue.
All right. Is that in Detroit?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in Wayne County?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what time you got there?
Approximately 3:05.
All right. And when you got there, what did you do?
When I got there, I did an initial walkthrough of the scene, which is the officers showing me everything that they had and or saw. Once that was done, I took pictures of the scene as it was, collected any evidence, took notes, collected the evidence, and turned the evidence over and created a report.
Okay. Do you recall what evidence you collected?
I collected multiple DNA swabs, glasses, a knife, and cell phones that I can recall.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Ms. Smith, I'm gonna hand you people's proposed exhibits 2 and 3. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
What are those?
These are photos that I took at the scene.
Okay, and starting with people's proposed exhibit 2, what do you recognize about that photo?
This is a photo with the decedent and a knife with suspected blood above the decedent's head.
Okay, and did you collect that knife?
Yes.
And did you place it on evidence?
Yes.
And you gave, was it assigned an evidence tag number?
Yes.
Do you recall that number?
No.
Will your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
Now, approach the witness. Let me know when your memory is refreshed as to the evidence tag number that was given to that particular item. Okay. What number did you give that item?
20.
Okay. So would that be the string ending in 20? I'm sorry. Would that be the, what is 20? String, would that be the string ending in 20?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that one?
So what does the 20 represent?
20 represents the item number of evidence that was put on.
Okay, but that's not the entire number, is that correct?
It's given a barcode number as well.
And is that barcode consistent with the police report number?
Yes.
Okay. So you placed that item on evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to draw your attention to, well, you said that you recall that picture, because that's the picture that you took of the scene?
Yes.
All right, move for the division of People's Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now published to the court.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, looking at people's proposed exhibit 3, what is that?
It is suspected blood in the hallway on the floor between the dining room and the kitchen.
And that would be the hallway of the decedent's apartment?
Correct.
And it says that it's item D, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, was that also given an evidence tag number?
Yes.
Do you recall what that number was?
Yes.
What number was that?
4.
Okay. So you said you collected the knife, you collected a swab of that blood, and that's the picture that you have there.
Yes.
And you took photos of the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And that photo that you have there is your work, is that correct?
Correct.
Move for the mission of People's Exhibit 3.
No objection. Admitted.
Now published to the court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, now after you collected that evidence, what did you do with it?
I packaged it and turned it into headquarters.
And you did that for those specific items?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what is People's Exhibit 3 again?
Suspected blood on the hallway floor between the dining room and the kitchen.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, and did you do anything else at the scene?
I'm sorry.
Did you do anything else at the scene?
Other than what I said.
No further questions.
Carson Town.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
Ms. Smith, right?
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. You indicated you were employed and in fact worked as an evidence technician in this case, right?
Yes.
What type of training did you have to prepare you to collect evidence at homicide scenes?
I went to Mary Grove College and received a bachelor's degree in forensic science. I had 80 hours of basic crime scene processing. I also took 40-hour course in blood stain analysis, and I took an additional 40 hours course in death and medical investigation, as well as on the scene, on the job training.
Okay, thank you. You were not the first person from Detroit Police Department to arrive at that scene, correct?
Correct.
You were the first evidence technician.
Yes.
Do you know how many people, well, when you arrived at the scene, what other officers were there?
To my recollection, Third Kill at the time was there, Detective. Third Kill. Detective Mitchell and Detective Lucy, along with the scout car.
Now, when you say along with the scout car, you mean there were 2 individuals that were originally on that scene, correct?
I'm sorry, what you mean?
There were 2 officers when you said just now, you said the 3 individuals, and then you said along with the scout car.
Correct.
There were obviously people in that scout car, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who those officers were?
No, I'm not sure if it was 1 or 2 officers.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene, there were already folks inside that apartment, correct?
Correct.
You indicated and testified about a suspected blood stain on the wall within the apartment on a hallway wall?
It was a hallway floor.
A hallway floor, excuse me. Was that pointed out to you?
No.
You saw that just through your walk through the house?
Correct.
Were any of the individuals that were in the house pointing things out to you that they thought might be appropriate to collect?
To my knowledge or recollection, just the ninth.
But that was pretty obvious you were gonna see that anyway, right?
That's speculation.
I don't think it's speculation. The knife was right next to the body, correct?
Rephrase.
Okay. In your observations, you were trained to come in and observe everything in that crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, when you arrived, the body was still in the apartment, correct? There was a knife that you found, correct?
That I was, how you directed to.
Okay, and that's kind of what I was asking you before. Whether any of those individuals were directing you to certain things that they had already observed. The knife would have been one of them, correct?
The knife, cell phones, and a few cups. Yes,
The knife, again, was very close to the body, correct?
per se, yes,
Within a few feet,
yes,
you obviously photographed that.
correct.
And we agree that there were at least 3 people that had entered that apartment building, or that apartment, Mr. Johnson's apartment, prior to you arriving, correct?
Correct.
There were other people that entered that room after that apartment, after you were there, right? Or while you were there?
Yes,
Okay. Were you present when the medical examiner arrived?
yes,
And at that point, there were a whole lot of people in that room, wasn't it?
no, I can't recall, I mean,
You have an idea? Yes?
no,
Well, there were certainly at least yourself and people from the medical examiner's office, correct?
correct,
There were a number of other officers that were also in that apartment, correct?
I'm not sure how many,
Do you have a recollection of other people being?
I said yes,
Okay. But your recollection is not specific as to how many.
correct,
Would you agree that it was more than 5?
yes,
Would you agree it was more than 8?
I can't say that, no,
So we know it was at least, from your recollection, at least 5.
correct,
Now, did you have boots on when you entered that apartment?
yes,
The plastic boots that you pull over your shoes?
the little booties,
Right.
yes,
You had those on?
yes, sir,
Did you observe whether other individuals in that room had those on?
that was not my focus, no, sir,
Okay, so you couldn't say either way.
correct,
You do recall specifically when the medical examiner arrived that there were at least 2 people from the medical examiner's office, correct?
correct,
Do you recall whether they had the booties on?
I do not recall,
Were you finished with your work at the time the medical examiner arrived?
correct,
Were you still cataloging items that you had tagged?
you say cataloging,
Well, were you organizing the items of evidence that you had collected?
they would have been already in the vehicle,
Was there any reason after the evidence that you collected was in the vehicle that you went back into the apartment?
yes,
And what would that have been?
that would have been a final walkthrough to see if there was any additional items that they seen that I might have missed for collection.
How long were you actually at that apartment?
Approximately 3 hours,
Okay, so you arrived at 3:05 and you left at approximately 6:00.
approximately 5:55,
Okay. You're pretty specific with that, 5:55.
yes,
Is that as a result of reading your report?
correct,
And by the way, you read that report prior to your testimony today, correct?
correct,
And did you find anything in that report that you now say is inaccurate?
No,
Any misperceptions that may have made it onto that report?
I don't do perceptions in my report. I
Okay,
just write in my report what I did.
straight facts.
Yes,
And you found nothing in there that you would take issue with today?
no,
Did you observe the body being removed from the apartment?
yes,
So that body then, was removed around 6 o'clock also?
it wouldn't have been 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock would have been the time that I left. The medical examiner would have left before me.
Do you have any idea how long before you, the medical examiner, left? More than an hour?
No.
I'm not asking you to be exact, I'm just trying to get a time.
No.
Less than.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered, she said she does not know. He's
Well-
coaching the witness to give the answer that he wants.
No, I'm asking
Not
you,
that her
helping the witness narrow it down, because we know you were there for 3 hours. All I'm trying to do, Judge, is get a time frame. She was there, she observed this, and I'm trying to assist her in narrowing it down, because we know it happened sometime during that 3 hour period.
Are you able to narrow it down at all, or you have no idea whatsoever?
No, sir.
Fair enough. Did, the report that you filed with regard to this case, did you file that, or did you author that the same evening?
No,
How long after your observations did you write that?
I'm not 100% sure. After I write the report, it has to be turned in for supervisor's review, and a supervisor has to approve the report.
Do you sign it before, when you turn it into the supervisor?
No, I do not sign it.
Do you sign it when you get it back?
No,
And do you recall the next time you saw that report after you turned it in?
it would have been probably the last time we came for it.
Okay, so a significant amount of time passed, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Yes. Ms. Smith, you testified that you recovered blood from the floor in between the dining room and the kitchen. Was that the only place you recovered blood from?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall what other areas you collected blood from?
I would have swabbed the night for suspected blood, an area in the hallway outside of the apartment for suspected blood on the wall by the light switch, and suspected blood on the exterior door of the apartment in question.
Okay, so let's back up. You said the night?
Correct.
You said outside the hallway?
Yes. So, the apartment, once you come up the stairs, it is divided. You can go either left or right. That wall right there would have had suspected blood on it that I swabbed.
Okay, was this closer to the left apartment or closer to the right
It
apartment?
was more so to me that I recall in the middle.
Okay, so it was in between the decedent's apartment and the another apartment on the side.
Correct.
Where else did you recover blood?
Inside the apartment, just underneath the light switch, the exterior door of the apartment.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm approaching with what? As in marked as people's proposed exhibits 4 and 5. Starting with people's proposed 4. Well, do you recognize what I just handed you there?
Yes,
What did I just hand you?
you handed me a picture of inside the apartment, the light switch, and then underneath with suspected blood that has been labeled as B.
Can you
Labeled as what?
identify which exhibit she's looking at?
4.
So people's proposed 4 is what?
It is inside the apartment in question. Underneath or further away from the light switch with suspected blood that has been labeled B.
Labeled B as in boy?
Correct.
Now, did you give that item an evidence tag number as well?
Yes.
And do you recall what evidence tag number would have corresponded to letter B?
No.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Thanks.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. This is way beyond I mean, we're introducing new exhibits that I had no questions about.
Well, Your Honor, he can feel free to, cross-examine her about that, but he opened the door when he asked her about the suspected blood spots in the hallway and, on the door.
For what it's worth.
So on those lines.
Thank you. So again, my question to you was whether or not, what evidence tag number did you give that particular item that you identified as item B?
3.
Okay, move for the admission of people's exhibit 4.
No objection, admitted.
Looking at people's proposed 5, what is that?
That is a picture of inside the apartment.
And you took that picture as well?
Correct.
Where specifically inside the apartment is that picture?
Is
Did you mark it with the letter?
yes,
What letter did you mark it with?
B.
No, that was 4, we're on 5.
Yep. I think you gave me the wrong.
Sorry. Now, one moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Right.
I apologize. I'm now, proposing the people's proposed exhibit 5 and 6. I'll take the previous 5 and ask you to recognize those items.
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of a hallway between the 2 apartments. With suspected blood.
And what is this?
It was a close-up of that same area that has been labeled C.
All right, so you labeled that C, did you give it a corresponding evidence tag?
Yes,
What would that evidence tag number have been?
1.
Move for the admission of people's proposed exhibits 4, 5, and 6.
No objection. Admitted.
May I publish to the court?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I have no additional questions. Thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, I have one remaining witness. Can I have a 5-minute recess before I call this witness?
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Monte. How you doing? Just only guys control
Thanks for the court's admission.
All right. Yeah, we are back. We just practicing. Okay, we're back on the record on people versus Michael Collins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ten stop for people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good morning, Mark. We'll see that.
What's happening? Next witness, please.
At this time, the people call Jennifer Carlson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat with the spot. Ready, game, ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please say your name for the record. Jennifer Carlson. And Ms. Carlson, I'm going to take your attention back to November of 2020. Where were you working at that time? Detroit Police Department homicide. Did you have occasion to become involved with a case, a homicide that occurred on Kirkwood? And then how did you become involved with that investigation?
There was a homicide that had taken place on November 26th, and the next day after the homicide, I was directed to be the officer in charge of the case.
Okay, and as the officer in charge of this particular case, what did you do?
Along with the members of my crew, investigated the homicide.
Did you go to the scene on November 26th?
No.
Were you given any items to have submitted to the Michigan State Police Lab?
Yes, there were items that were taken for process, that executive process is taken, collected some swabs. And then there were some, yes, some items that I had, and then eventually submitted to the Michigan State Police.
Okay, do you recall what those items were?
Fingernail clippings from the decedent, a butcher style knife recovered from the scene that was submitted, shoes that were taken from Mr. Collins' residence, those were submitted, and then also swabs from the scene.
All right. Did you also have occasion to take a buccal from Mr. Collins?
Did, and a buccal swab was also submitted to the record.
Okay. What about, any more blood from the decedent?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
More blood from the decedent?
Yes, there was more blood that was also taken.
Now, you stated that there was a pair of black tennis shoes that were recovered from, Mr. Collins' apartment. Were you given consent to take those items?
Yes, he gave us consent to fill out a such a search warrant for his apartment. And I was not there with other officers that recovered shoes from his apartment.
You know what day those shoes were recovered?
November 27th.
And that would have been, well, you know what day the crime was reported?
26th.
Okay, so the shoes were recovered the day after?
Yes.
All right. And who did you submit those items to?
Michigan State Police Crime Lab.
And do you know what happens to them once they're processed?
After items are processed by the crime lab, Michigan State Police Crime Lab produces a lab form of results from what's submitted.
Okay. Now, call the people's proposal 37.
Ma'am.
Officer Carlson, you said you briefly testified before the OIC at that time, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Do you recognize what I just handed you there?
I do.
What is that?
It is a lab report from the Michigan State Police Crime Lab for numerous items that were submitted to lab pertaining to this case.
Okay, is there a record number for that lab?
Yes, it is MD 20-2828.
That's the lab number, is there a record number for that?
I'm sorry. Yep, it's record number 5.
Okay. And it was authored by someone from the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
Got a move for the admission of people who admitted 7.
No objection. Admitted.
Officer Carlson, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to container number 11. What was container number 11?
Container 11 says sealed envelope. Item 3 containing East standing room wall swaps.
Okay.
Containing East dining room wall swaps.
I'm going to draw your attention to container number 11. What's container number 11? I'm sorry, container number 12.
I'm like, I think I heard that.
Yes, container number 12.
Is a sealed envelope containing hallway floor swaps.
All right. I'm approaching with what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 8. Gonna ask you to take a look at that report. What is that you have there?
It's Michigan State Police Crime Lab lab report record number 6.
Okay, looking at we're gonna start with, well, first, I'm gonna move for its admission, Your Honor. Move for the admission of People's Exhibit 8.
No objection. Admitted.
This lab analyzes what, Officer Carlson?
The State Police Crime Lab.
Yes.
We would analyze
what evidence did it analyze?
blood, fluids, DNA.
So, whose DNA?
We would have analyzed, Michael Collins' DNA.
Okay. And what else did it analyze?
Blood.
Blood from whom?
Blood from, Michael Collins and, Ronnie Johnson.
Okay. And who's Ronnie Johnson?
That would be the decedent.
All right. What else did it analyze? So looking at 9E,
Would analyze swabs from a hallway.
okay, what about 10?
Same thing, door stain swabs.
Okay. And what about 11?
Use dining room, wall stain swabs.
Let's go to page 3 of that report. And looking at item 11, which again, you have already testified was the east dining room swab stain, is that correct?
East dining room, wall stain swab.
Wall stain. What was the result of that analysis? The first result?
It said based on DNA type results obtained from the east dining room wall stain swab, approximately 2.9, not 70 times more likely if it originated from Michael Collins and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors.
And what's the verbal scale?
The analysis provides very strong support that Michael Collins is a contributor to the east dining room wall stain swab.
All right, I'm going to take you back to page 1 and ask you, what does the evidence state for item 12?
And 12 is the hallway floor stain swab.
Okay, I'm going to draw your attention to page 4 of the report. And what were the results of item 12, the hallway floor staining?
Based on DNA type results obtained from the hallway floor stain swab is approximately 490 quadrillion times more likely if it originated from Michael Collins and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors. The Rare scale analysis provides very strong support that Michael Collins is a contributor to the hallway floor stain swab.
Opposing with what has been marked as people's proposal, exhibit 9. Add colors 7 and 8 to the courtyard.
Yes.
What have I just handed you there?
Michigan State Police Crime Lab report, record number 3.
Okay. And this is based on the same investigation, is that correct?
It is.
What was the evidence that was analyzed in this particular report?
Michael Collins buckle, a right shoe stain swab, inside shoe swabs, Ronnie Johnson blood sample, right blade stain swab, right blade near handle stain swab, right handle swabs, right hand nail clippings swabs, Ronnie Johnson, left hand nail clipping swabs, Ronnie Johnson, and a buckle for 25 people.
Move for the admission of people to exhibit 9, rather.
Objection.
Admitted.
Officer Carlson, I'm going to draw your attention to page 2. What does the report say as far as the result in regards to the inside shoe swabs.
Great. So inside shoe swabs, based on DNA type results obtained from inside shoe swabs, it is approximately 920 octillion times more likely that originated from Michael Collins and two unrelated unknown contributors that have been originated.
I'm sorry, could you slow down?
Yes.
From Collins and two unrelated.
Yeah, and if it originated from three unrelated unknown contributors.
And what's the verbal scale?
The analysis provides very strong support that Michael Collins is a contributor to the inside shoe swabs.
This same page, what does the analysis provide in regards to the right shoe stain swab?
For that, based on DNA type results obtained from the right shoe stain swab, it is approximately 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from Ronnie Johnson than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
And what was the verbal scale?
The analysis provides very strong support that Ronnie Johnson is the contributor to the right shoe stain swab.
Back to the inside shoe swab, we're going to draw your attention to page 3. What were the results based on the inside shoe swab on page 3?
Based on DNA type results obtained from the inside shoe swab, it is approximately 150,000 times more likely if it originated from Ronnie Johnson and two unrelated unknown contributors than if it originated from three unrelated unknown contributors.
What's the verbal scale?
The analysis provides strong support that Ronnie Johnson is a contributor to the inside shoe swabs.
Let's go to the bottom of the page, item 4. There's an interpretation of an item there. What was that item?
Interpretation of item MD 20-2828 5AE knife blade stain swab.
Okay. And what were the results of that knife blade stain swab?
Based on the DNA typing results obtained from the knife blade stain swab, it is approximately 500 octillion times more likely that it originated from Ronnie Johnson than if it originated from an unrelated unknown contributor.
And what was the verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Ronnie Johnson is the contributor to the knife blade stain swab.
Drawing your attention to page 4. There's an interpretation at number 5. What's that interpretation of?
Interpretation of item MD 20-2828 5VE, which is knife blade near handle stain swab.
Okay. What are the results of that knife blade near the handle?
Based on the DNA type results obtained from the knife blade near handle stain swab, it is approximately 230 septillion times more likely if it originated from Michael Collins and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors.
What's the verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Michael Collins is a contributor to the knife blade near handle stain swab.
I'm going to draw your attention to page 5, item 6. What was the analysis of that item? Or what was the item that was analyzed?
The item that was analyzed is a knife handle swabs.
And what were the results of the knife handle swabs?
Based on the DNA titer results obtained from knife handle swabs, it is approximately 110 octillion times more likely if it originated from Michael Collins and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors.
What's the verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Michael Collins is a contributor to the knife handle swabs.
Is there another result of that knife handle swab?
There is.
And what's the next result?
Based on DNA titer results obtained from knife handle swabs, it is approximately 530 septillion times more likely if it originated from Ronnie Johnson and one unrelated unknown contributor than if it originated from two unrelated unknown contributors.
Okay, what's the verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Ronnie Johnson is a contributor to the knife handle swabs.
I'm going to draw your attention to page 6. Item 7 is an interpretation of what item?
Right hand nail clipping swabs of Johnson.
Okay. And based on the analysis of Mr. Johnson's right hand nail swab, what were the results?
Based on the DNA titer results obtained from the right hand nail clipping swab of Johnson, it's approximately 250 septillion times more likely if it originated from Ronnie Johnson and Michael Collins than if it originated from Ronnie Johnson and one unrelated unknown contributor.
What was the verbal scale?
This analysis provides very strong support that Michael Collins is a contributor to the right hand nail clipping swabs of Johnson.
All right. Now, you testified that you took the buccal swab from Mr. Collins, is that correct?
I did.
And do you see the person that you obtained that buccal swab from
Yes,
in
I
the
did.
courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to and identify something he is wearing?
Sitting at the table next to defense wearing a green jumpsuit with glasses.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the buccal swab that the officer in charge at the time took was from the defendant in this case.
So noted.
No further questions at this time. May I publish People's Exhibit 9?
Yes. Cross-examine?
I have no question.
All right, thank you. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, the witnesses of the people rest.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your
Your Honor, the people believe that there is very strong evidence by way of defendant's buccal swab that he's a contributor to the knife handle. He also contributed to the portion of the knife in between the handle and the blade. His DNA is there. His DNA is under the right hand, the fingernail clippings of the decedent. His DNA is also found in the decedent's apartment. Specifically, Your Honor, the people handed you People's Exhibit 3. There's suspected blood on the floor. And in analyzing that particular item, People's Exhibit 6, the hallway floor stain, it is 490 quadrillion times more likely that this is his DNA. There's strong support that that is Michael Collins' DNA on that floor. His DNA is also found in other areas of this apartment. Your Honor, the people believe that the burden has been met to a probable cause standard that on November 26th or about November 26th, when the decedent was found, there was probable cause to believe that a homicide occurred in Wayne County, and that there's probable cause to believe that the defendant committed that crime as to the homicide of Mr. Johnson. heard testimony from Monet, who stated that she was the overseer of those particular individuals, Your Honor. She saw them together all the time. And that she also made mention of these particular boots. And she said that he was very, very meticulous about cleaning. And she stated that these boots were miraculously clean. And she noticed that he actually wore those all the time. If the court looks at People's Exhibit 9, those shoes were swabbed, and both the decedent and the defendant's DNA are on the inside of those swabs. So while he miraculously cleaned them, he didn't get enough out of that fabric. And also, the decedent's blood is on a portion on top of those shoes, Your Honor. And you have the last for that, Your Honor. So the people believe that based on all of this overwhelming evidence, that the defendant is the one who stabbed, he's the cause of death. The cause of death was by stabbing. There was also blunt force trauma, and the court has People's Exhibit 2, I believe it is, where the decedent is laying in a pool of blood. The knife is found above his head, and the apartment is in disarray. The people believe that this is overwhelming evidence that the defendant is the one who stabbed Mr. Johnson on November 26th, thereby causing his death. And the people believe that I've met my burden to a public cost and ask that you find over.
Judge, all I can say is that much of the evidence the court heard is subject to interpretation, various interpretations. It is likely an issue that will be resolved at trial. Therefore, Judge, I would object to the bind over without any.
I'm not sure what you're referring to in terms of what's left open to interpretation. I have, pursuant to these lab reports, the decedent who died of stab wounds, a knife that was recovered with the decedent's blood on it, and the defendant's DNA on it. In addition to that, apparently the defendant had some kind of relationship or acquaintance with the decedent. Yet, when people come to this place, come to this location, he denies even knowing the decedent. I appreciate the people's thoroughness in the case they put forward against this defendant. It probably could have been wrapped up in 2 witnesses and 2 exhibits, but it is what it is. And the court is satisfied the people have met their burden of probable cause as relates to all the charges pertaining to the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County 3rd Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date time will be October 31st, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. The defendant will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff.
Judge, may I have an ESU referral?
I don't know, let's talk about that for a moment, because you recognize that pretty much everything can be considered bond arguments. And we received some disturbing information about this defendant on his way here. He got into it with a Wayne County Sheriff that happens to be a cousin of mine.
Judge, I'm not asking you to make a decision on bond. I'm simply asking for the ESU. Or down the road.
You can ask for the DSU report from the arraigning judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I retrieve my exhibits, please?
Yes, they're right.
Thank you.
My cousin's a big guy too. I know. You might want to watch his step when you go back.
He would stab her.
As we say.
That's good to see you.
Moment, Your Honor?
You have a moment? Yes. Well, that concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bad station, same bad time. Have a good day.
At the same track. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I thought she was. Okay. No, no. Okay. She's ordering. Okay.
All right.
Try to be moved.